Proceed. So
wengine wakoja. Hii katiba, the way the Prime Minister says, is written on Kenyan people's blood. Don't joke with this katiba. When I was in Bomas, I spoke some 3 good English words. I told them that we want to devolve power want to diffuse power. And we want to rearrange power. If you want to do those things that I've talked about, it is only OPF. Fair enough? Ya mwisho. If Moot Uhuru alisema when he was launching his party that he will deal with historical injustice. So I said, what are these historical injustices? Then I found this undergrabbing, this detention without trial, this political assassination.
Hi, Eugene, can you mute?
So I told Uhuru, if you are going to deal with the historical injustices,
What's happened? What's going on?
tonight. Okay, good morning, sir.
Wait, we call it thing out in the Kayako with the candidate.
One minute ago, yesterday, ACT
Or you can attend. Anything to do with anything to do with the issue 23,000 acres. You could be no very. Okay, get it with your mind. Okay, get it married. I'm not going to marry. Yeah, I mean, you can see it's out of my. Can you?
Good morning, online participants. Can we see some reaction that you can hear? Yes, yeah, we've gotten some sign of life. Good morning. Yes, the director of the school management, lecturers present, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Anna Konuche, Assistant Director of the Advocates Training Program, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the school and take you through this program for the next, hopefully, 2.5 hours. So as per the program that we shared, we will have prayers and introductions. We'll have Mr. Ndirangu say a word of prayer for us.
So, good morning. Let's pray. Almighty and everlasting God, this morning we worship your holy name. We give you praise for your goodness and your mercies upon each one of us. Thank you for giving us the gift of life, the gift of good health, even the chance to participate in various aspects of the Kenya School of Law. We thank you for the board of directors, we thank you for the management, we thank you for the staff and the student body. And this morning we congregate here as we start off the academic year for the Advocate Training Program. Heavenly Father, we want to commit ourselves to you. We want to pray that you shall give us the grace and the guidance even as we take off the year. We commit this assembly to you. We pray that guide us and lead us in all the deliberations, that each and every activity and discussion shall be for the glory and honor of your name. For we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndirangu. My apologies, my voice is a bit distorted. I'm recovering from flu. So this is not my usual voice. I have a better one. So today, the next session, we are going to have our members of staff introduce themselves. But I think what we will do is only have those who are not making any presentation introduce themselves, then the rest will introduce as they make presentations. So maybe we can have Ms. Maggie, Mr. Sang, Ms. Kunu, Ms. Ruto. Whoever is not talking, you can just come here because the mic is here.
Good morning, everyone. Morning once more. A bit of life. It's a good day, right? My name is Margaret Monde. I teach and coordinate legal practice management. Welcome to the school.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kivet Sang. I teach and coordinate ATP 107 conveyancing. Welcome to the Kenya School of Law.
Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Christine Kumbu. I am a lecturer here. I coordinate legal writing and drafting, ATP 103. I'm also the editor of KSL, Justice Newsletter. So we'll be calling upon you to give us articles very shortly once we settle down in February. Karibuni sana and congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Kenya School of Law. I'm Mrs. Rose Ruto. I teach probate and administration, so I'll be interacting with classes A, B, and C, morning ones. Welcome.
All right. Seems like we have everyone introduce themselves. The rest will meet them as they make their presentations. So I'll just have to make some introductory remarks as I welcome you to the school once again, the class of 2024. Again, you're our special class. All classes are special, so you're special. So welcome to the school. This is the face you will be interacting with most of the time. We'll meet on the corridors or online through emails and other fora. So karibuni sana Kenya School of Law. I hope your experience so far has been good. It's been okay, right? You like the school? Yes, keep up that spirit. Keep up that spirit. We will interact further. So I'm sure you're aware of the journey to become an advocate. All of you, you're in that journey where you started from, from kindergarten to primary school to high school to LLB, 4 years of LLB, and now you're in the final stretch, which is the Advocates Training Program. As per law, it's an 18-month program, but it can stretch depending on how hard you work. If you're not too hard working, it can stretch even up to 3 years, when you're receiving papers. So it depends on how hard you work. You may actually finish in that 18 months. So the ATP, as basically Advocates Training Program, is a program that introduces you to the practical aspects of the law. Here we will be drafting. You will not be learning about the history and the principles of law, substantive aspects. You will be learning about the practical aspects of the law. And that is what we intend to train you on for the next 9 months in school. Then you have another 6 months out of school where now you are hands-on when you're doing your pupilage. For others, it's called internship, but for lawyers, we call it pupilage. So that is the hands-on now experience where you're required to work under an advocate of at least 5 years experience and learn several aspects of the law. So we have 9 months, then 6 months in the field, either in a law firm or in an organization. So being 9 months, it is divided into 3 terms. For those who are curious enough and proactive, I'm sure you visited our website. By the way, our website has all the information you need. Before you call, text, or email, always go to the website. So if you go to the website, you'll find that we have what we call an ATP calendar and term dates. That will guide you on how the whole program, the structure of the program would look like. It's divided into three terms. Starts next week, Monday, classes, and run until the 20th of April. Then we take a week's break and resume immediately after on the 29th, I think it's 29th of April to begin term 2, which runs up to the 13th of July. Then we take a week's break. Then we resume in 19th of August. The reason why this one is longer is because there's oral examination in between there for 1 month. So study the calendar. Now, you'll also notice in term 1, the 6th week, we issue what we call the project work, which also forms part of your examination. It's a component of the bar examination. The bar examination has 3 components. It has the project work, it has the oral examination, and the written examination at the end of the learning itself, at the end of the 9 months here in school. I think I'll talk more about the oral examination and the project work later. But let me also go to our key stakeholders. Some of them will attend today the program. We have Council of Legal Education. I'm sure you're aware of them. They are the people who will examine you, issue you with your final transcript. They are the ones who will gazette you and now inform the public that you're ready to be a member of the bar. We hope to have a representative to come and speak to you. Our other stakeholder is the Office of the Attorney General, which is our mother ministry. And they're the ones who we report to on matters concerning the school. We also have a stakeholder, which is the Higher Education Loans Board. The Higher Education Loans Board, for those of you who may have applied for a loan, we have a relationship where they offer loans for those who are not able to pay school fees. So I think some of you have benefited from that. We also relate well with other actors in the legal service. sector, or the judicial service sector. We have the judiciary, we have Kenya law reform, we have the ODPP. We relate very well with other sectors that are in the legal sector, so we consider them as also our key stakeholders. I want to talk about classes now, because you will begin on Monday. Again, if you're keen enough, you'll notice that the timetable has been uploaded into the website. Our classes are divided into 6, and they all run concurrently. 6 classes, 3 of them are virtual and 3 of them are physical. Physical classes will take place here in Karen. One of the classes will take place in this hall, and the other class will take place in the hall. On the entrance, you can see there's a hall. We call it the old lecture hall. So that is where the other class will take place, the other physical class. Then the virtual classes, of course, will be online, and anyone joining the virtual class will be given a school email, and they will have a link where they can join the classes when the classes are due. So we have those classes. Now, when we say concurrently, it means that also we have some classes running in the morning, some classes running in the afternoon, and we have one class that runs in the evening and weekend. So those that run in the morning, we will have 2 physical here in Mutula Hall and the old lecture hall, and 1 will be online. Then in the afternoon, we'll have 1 physical class in this hall and 1 online. And then the evening class that runs from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and the whole of Saturday will always be virtual. So that is the structure of our program. So you will be any of those classes, depending on your preference and also depending on the capacity. So you may apply to, say, morning physical, but because we already filled it to capacity, we may request you to take an afternoon physical. But for virtual, I think you can just get whichever one you prefer, whether you want to be in the morning or the afternoon or the evening. So it's up to you to indicate to us which class you'd like to join. Now, you note that once you join a class, you must remain in that class until the conclusion of the program. So you cannot join a physical class in first term and then second term you want to join a virtual class. It's not possible. You choose one class which you can stick with until the end of the program. The reason being that, which is related to an issue I raised earlier, is that we will divide you into project farms or farms where you do your project work, and they are linked to the classes which you belong to. So if you move classes, it means you must change a farm. And if you're in the middle of project work, it will really disrupt you and also cause us a major headache. So we cannot allow that. So choose your classes carefully, think ahead. If you think you might be able, you might run into challenges, for instance, raising fare, because there are some of you who run into challenges raising fare middle of the term, and now you want to switch because you think it's easier now, you won't have to spend on the road. Then think ahead, think before you decide which class you want to go to, think very carefully, plan ahead, think 9 months in advance, will I sustain this, this structure of the class that I choose? So think about it. We have student guidelines for online classes. Again, they are available on the website. If you are attending a virtual class, you're bound by some guidelines, which we've uploaded in the website. You're required to always be present, to log in time. If you're called upon to answer a question, you're required to put on your camera so that we can see you. You're required not to disrupt classes. Okay, make sure you're always muted if you're not speaking. All those are in a guideline that we have placed in the website. Please visit the website and again familiarize yourself with it so that you're not caught in the wrong side of those guidelines. For the virtual classes, I've indicated that ICT will provide you with a school email address. For everyone, you will get a school email address. But for those who are doing virtual classes, the email address that you're given by the school is the one that will be used to send the links. So we do not send links to private email addresses. It has to be the email address that has been allocated to you by the school. So don't email me with a private email address and saying you want your link sent there. No, we will only use designated email addresses. So make sure you get that ICT is working on it, and everybody will be able to have an email address. We do not provide bundles for those who are doing virtual classes. So if you choose to go virtual, ensure that you have a stable internet where you are, whether it's Wi-Fi or you're buying bundles, just make sure that you have a budget that will sustain you for the course of the program. In terms of classes, I said we have six classes. So for the classes that will be allocated, there'll be a class supervisor who will be one of the lecturers. Some of them I've introduced, some of them you may not have met, you'll meet them later on. So the class supervisor will be your first port of call in case of any issues within that class. Each class again will be required to have two class representatives. One is female and one male for gender parity. So the class supervisor will help you to conduct elections to choose your class representatives. And then if you have any issues related to classes, whether it's maybe a lecturer missing classes, hygiene of the classes, or links not being sent on time, you raise them with the class rep, who then escalates to your class supervisor. The timetable that is on the website at the bottom, you will see it indicates who your class supervisor is, so you will know who's your class supervisor for that class. So when issues arise, class rep is the first port in terms of reporting. Then if they are not able to sort it at that level, they can escalate it to the class supervisor. If it's bigger than that, it can always come on to my desk or the desk of the director of the school. In some instances, it may end up being a disciplinary issue or any other issue. So be aware of that structure. Don't die with your problems. Don't have issues in your class and you're not raising them. We want to be able to make your environment, your learning environment, as comfortable as possible so that you go through the school as smoothly as possible. So make sure you raise those issues using the right channels. Using the right channels. Try your class rep, then supervisor, then my desk, and the office of the director can also assist as a last resort. You'll notice again, if you've seen the timetable, each class is 2 hours. So if you're in the morning class, your classes start at 9 a.m. First class will run from 9 to 11, and the second class will run from 11 to 1. And then that will be the end of your classes. But it's not the end of your day at the school, because you're required then in the afternoon, if you're a morning person, to go into your groups, especially for project work or group work. You will learn that most of the teaching that happens here is done through presentation of groups of the farms that you're allocated. You'll be given a question or a topic to work on and make a presentation to the class. So the afternoon, where it's indicated as moot court hour, project work or farm work, that is when you use that to discuss and prepare for your classes or for your project work. Same case applies if your class is in the afternoon, then you can use the morning hours to do your group work or study or preparation for class or doing your project work. The import of what I'm trying to say is that ATP is a full-time program. So the fact that you just do 2 classes in the morning does not mean that you're free for the rest of the day. You will have work to do. It's a full-time program, and I hope you're committed to study full-time for the next 9 months. You'll also notice there is a moot court hour in the program, in the timetable. It's 2 hours. Your class supervisor will guide you on how to go about that 2 hours program. When you meet them, you can agree on whether you'll have moot court simulations or how they choose to go about that hour. Yes, I didn't mention about afternoon classes. They run from 2 to 6. First class runs from 2 to 4, and the second one runs from 4 to 6. The evening class, I think I'd mentioned earlier, 6 to 8, and then on Saturday from 8 to 5 to cater for all the classes that you do. Now, the curriculum, as per statute, you will be taught 9 units. Civil litigation, criminal litigation, probate and administration, legal writing and drafting, trial advocacy, professional ethics, legal practice management, conveyancing, and commercial transactions. All those 9 units are what you'll go through. So you'll notice they're all captured in the timetable. So you will be availed with course outlines for each of the 9 units that are divided into weekly activities. So that will guide your learning for each of the units. At the school, because of now the number of classes that we have, you'll notice that we have several lecturers for one unit. So for civil litigation, for instance, you'll have 4 lecturers teaching. Maybe one will teach 2 classes, another one will teach 3, another one will teach 1. So there are several lecturers for 1 unit. It's not 1 lecturer per unit, okay? Same thing for all the subjects. But the course outline is standard. What they use, if it is 4 lecturers, for instance, for professional ethics, the course outline that will be shared will be the same across all the classes. It's just the lecturers that will be different. Of course, human nature, you'll find some lecturers, depending on personality, but they're all competent. They are all recruited as per the Kenya School of Law HR guidelines. So they are all competent lecturers. There's none who would say is better than the other. No, they all cover the content as they are required. For reading materials, I think the library will address the issue of reading materials in terms of books, but lecturers sometimes do issue you with reading materials, maybe case studies and things like that, and which library will explain to you how you're able to access that through the library system. We don't deal with hard copies. Almost everything will be online, so our library will take you through that. Among these 9 subjects which I've talked about, you will notice that some lecturers have introduced themselves as course coordinators. So that those are the coordinators within each unit. I've said a course may have 4 lecturers, 5 lecturers, 3 lecturers. So there'll be a course coordinator within that unit. Now the required hours for attendance, which will be covered by the director, but generally 2 hours per week for each subject, which translates to 22 hours per term and translates to 66 hours for the entire program because we have 3 terms. Now I had said I'd talk about the examination component. I said it has 3 components: the project work, the oral examination, and the written exam at the end of the year. The project work will be issued to you at week 6. We have guidelines that guide how you conduct the project work. You do it in groups. The reason why we require you to do project work in groups is that as a lawyer, you're going to be working out there in teams. You have no option. Like us, you find yourself in a team, in a workplace with people, you have to learn to work with them. It's not a question of where you will choose the people you work with. No, you actually find yourself in a situation where you have to learn to cope with the people that you are with. So teamwork is essential. And that is the reason why we have the project work, and we put you in groups at random. You may find yourself with your friend or your schoolmate, but it's random. Or you may find yourself with total strangers. So it's up to you to now just navigate your way through your group or your firm, okay? You choose your leader and you choose your secretary, who will be taking minutes for every meeting that you have. The guidelines will guide you on how to conduct meetings. You must have not less than 6 meetings. You must attend at least 2/3 of the meetings for you to get any mark for project work. If you don't get a mark for project work, you have to come back next year and fit into another group and still work with them. So it's better just learn that, keep that in mind so that you don't have any problems going ahead. The project work is marked out of 20. It is not, there's no provision for remark. So the mark you get is the mark that is forwarded to CLE and will be added to your final bar exam mark. The project talk again runs from, I said, 6th week of the first term, and we collect it at the end of the second term. The first break we take in July is used to collect now the work that we've been doing for close to about 15 weeks or so. So that's when we collect it. How to do the spacing, the guidelines on binding and all that, you'll find it in the guidelines, which will be shared once the project work is released. The second component is the oral examinations, which we conduct just at the end of term 2. Term 2, I said, ends in July 13th. We'll take that one break to collect project work. Then immediately after the break, we begin oral examinations. Oral examinations, again, we will do a briefing of it once we get there, but just as a way so that you understand what it is, it's an exam where I examine it orally before a panel. You ask questions, and again, the reason why we do this, because you're a lawyer, you're required to make presentations wherever you go in life. It doesn't matter whether you're a litigator in court or you're a boardroom lawyer. You actually, as a lawyer, you sell your words, written and spoken. Huh? So project work will test your written work, and oral will test your spoken word. So don't tell me, oh, I don't want to be a litigator, so I don't want to do oral. No. You will be required to speak wherever you go as a lawyer, and people will always be listening. So you'll be tested on, for instance, how you present yourself, your coherence, your comprehension, your articulation, and things like that. But we will address that when we get to that stage. We'll have a briefing for each class so that we prepare you, and you don't need to panic. Now, I will raise other issues as and when we proceed with this orientation. But at this point, I want to introduce the 2023 Student Council. As I said, we have class representatives, and collectively they form a student council. So we always invite them for this orientation so that they can share their experiences with you and perhaps corroborate what we are trying to tell you in terms of the experience at the Kenya School of Law. So I want to welcome Ms. Cecilia Mikali to come and maybe introduce our colleagues and speak briefly about their experience and expectations of the students at the Kenya School of Law. Cecilia. You can't even clap for me.
Good morning. Can you wave at me? Why are you guys looking tired and bored? Can you wave at me? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, the Director, and all protocols observed for the opportunity. I have been given a very simple task to invite my fellow colleagues and also give our brief remarks. So allow me to start with the representative for the Christian Union, Mr. Peter, kindly give your remarks.
Good morning. My name is Simon Murandi. My assignment is very simple to tell you about the Kenya School of Law Christian Fellowship. So I was admitted in 2023. I was seated very well sometime in February, and I found the Kenya School of Law Christian Fellowship here. It has been my assignment throughout the year to ensure that the spiritual needs of all of the students in this school are taken care of. So simply put, the Christian Fellowship has been running lunch hour fellowships every day from Monday to Friday from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So the same will resume on Monday. So we'll be expecting to see you guys there, and also the Christian Union together with the Student Council and the administration through Madam Consultancies have been organizing prayer days. Like we had a prayer day before the oral exams, we also had a prayer day before the CLE exams. So we have been doing that in collaboration with the Student Council and the administration. So I'm looking forward to seeing you, and maybe if I can just share a a little bit. The book of Proverbs chapter 3 verse 5 to 6 says, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him and he shall direct your paths. You know, in life you don't really have to have it all figured out. Leave alone even KSL, you know, you'll realize that in KSL you will not have it all figured out as you proceed. Even in life outside there, even in your own things, you will not have it all figured out at all times. But the Bible talks about trusting in the Lord and then he shall direct your paths. So at times you don't know where you're going, you don't know what's next after this, but the key thing is to just trust in the Lord. Also in the book of John, the Bible reminds us that it is the desire of God that as we prosper spiritually, we may also prosper in every other thing. So God does not only desire that you prosper spiritually. You know, God is interested in your health. God is interested in you. Are you excelling in this place? God is interested in all that. So your responsibility is just to allow him and to acknowledge him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I know some of you might have switched off when you started talking about the Bible verses, but what I can tell you, on that chilly morning of November, when you will be going to sit for those exams, you will need God. You will need him. You will call him from wherever you will be calling him, but you will need to remember those Bible verses. Anyway, with that said and done, I serve as the female class representative of Class A. And so my fellow co-counsel, George, is here, so I would like to invite him to give a few remarks. Thank you, George. Welcome, George.
All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Kariuki GK. I was the co-class representative of Class B together with Cecilia Mwikali. To say the very least, I would say that how I wish you would take this moment. Thank you, sir. How I wish you would take this moment dearly, and I wish to join other speakers in welcoming you into this great institution. Aim to get the 9 Ps in one shot. I used to tell my colleagues, you can get the 9 Ps in one shot, yani shoti moja. So I was elected as a class rep on the basis of that platform. We are not here to do politics, we are here to mentor you. So take this moment dearly, just keep the focus and keep the pace. I know at the moment mkona joto, so just maintain that pace up to the end. And the setting up of this place is calm, do your thing, and fade away. I can tell you at the moment we are fading away. I can surely tell you that we are fading away. So this is not a place for petty politics and unnecessary activism. Just come, study. Just come, study, and create good contacts here. Your classmates are the people who will help you in future in case you need things done. And with those few remarks, I wish you all the best. It's not going to be easy, but it is manageable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. George used to keep telling us about shoti moja, and he encouraged us throughout the whole year that we should work hard to get our 9 Ps the first trial. That's what it means, in case you didn't get the analogy. When in KSL, you might find yourself in what I would term as you misbehave and you find yourself in trouble. So you will find yourself in the disciplinary board having to explain your actions. So Julie served as our disciplinary rep, and I would like to invite her. Karibu, Julie.
Good morning. My name is Julia Tieno. I was the class representative, class F, and the outgoing disciplinary committee. What can I say about KSL? KSL is fun. Personally, I found it fun in as much as I was in a virtual class, and 9 years is quite a short time in this. 9 months. Oh, sorry for that. but at least you've laughed. Okay, 9 years is quite 9 months. Sorry, 9 months is quite a short time in KSL, and sadly, that's what you have. And you have the best. I can say you have the best lecturers so far in the 9 units. So while you are here, the only thing I can advise you is be true to yourself. You'll find there are stories you've heard about KSL, about people not passing, about people, it being just, it's not a place you'd want to be. But KSL is not like that. That's if you know yourself, if you know what has brought you here. Because essentially, I think all of us, you want to be admitted to the bar in the end. You don't want that to stay here, year in, year out. So be true to yourself, know what works for you. If you are a group discussion kind of person, go with it. If you read best alone, go with it, but start early, because at the end of the 9 months, bar exams will be there. And you don't want to be swamped with everything by the time the bar exams are coming, and you feel like, oh my God, I can't do this, because it happens. So you can begin early and hold hands. If you have your friends, just ensure that the entire journey you are together. Yes, have fun in KSL. Take part in the extracurricular activities. It's not just all groups. That's what I think most people have not said. We have sports every term. We have legal aid. We have Moot. Just be an all-rounded. Try and participate in as many things as you can. And also don't fear us. My colleagues, you can always reach to any of us when you have questions, and we'll be willing to help. All the very best.
It's my time to share my experience. And as earlier introduced by Madam Konuche, I'm Cecilia Mikali, but my friends call me Sis. I served as the Secretary General of the school, and I also served as the female class representative for Class A, as I had earlier said. My experience was one that I would say was full of drama, and this is because I think it was in the second term. In my second term, my class my class tabled an impeachment motion against me. And this was after I got into an altercation with one of the students. It was just a minor thing, and you know, when you lead lawyers, just be assured. And for those of you who want to become student leaders, and you will be a class representative at some point, and you understand that you'll be dealing with around 200 students, and or even more, over 300 for those who will be the online classes. All these people, they are calling you, they are texting you. They want you attention, they want you to help, and sometimes you may just be stressed out, sometimes you may not respond to their messages on time, and things might get a bit tough. And as a student leader, or rather as a class representative, you need to learn something that is, you know, emotional intelligence. You need to have in the first year, in the first few months, I used to get very emotional, like, oh, why are they doing this to me? But now with time, you just, you know, you understand that these are things that come with leadership. You just learn to measure where it is positive criticism, where it's negative, which is important and which is not. My experience, I would say I learned a lot, and I also got to get a lot of opportunities with serving as the Secretary General and also serving as a class representative. And as Julie has said, go to many legal aids as you can. Any opportunities that the school presents to you, kindly sign up, attend all those network, get as many opportunities as you can to improve and better yourself, to put yourself out there. Now, when it comes to studies, You may not be like me, someone who will stay in the library from as early as 8 in the morning and leave in the evening. But what I can tell you, just understand what works for you and what does not work for you. Because when we were about to do our by exams, we had we had thought that we'd do exams in March. And so none of us anticipated that we'd do our exams in November. And when CLE released actually the calendar to show that we are indeed sitting for exams in November, we panicked. We started finding for ways to push the exam, and it didn't work. We even wrote motions, it didn't work. And at that point, that is when you realize actually you came to KSL alone, and you'll be sitting for these exams alone, and you might find that now you're not prepared, you start panicking, you don't attend classes, you don't have notes, you write petitions saying you can't sit for exams because you even find results that are not there. So what I can tell you, don't be like these people who read the night before exams. Start as early as you can. I know this statement might sound cliche, but trust me, you will understand the importance of this statement when you'll be sitting for exam. Just start reading as early as you can. Just have your notes ready, because what you will, if you do not have your notes ready and you do not read, you will understand the importance of what I'm telling you the same way we understood the importance of that statement. Now, with that said, I would like to invite our very able president, Mr. Wakol.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to do a research on why people who have a body like mine speak less, and people who have a body which is inversely proportional to mine speak a little bit more. As I was sitting there, I had my very good teacher, Madam Christine Ku, whisper to someone and say, "This class is good. It turns up in numbers, but they don't clap." Please let us clap so that she... I think she's now contented that this class can also clap. You will meet her. She's a very good lecturer of legal writing. She has mentored me. My name is Mitch Njiule. I was introduced as the president, but this is 2024. I'm not the president. I'm emeritus. In the history of KSL, I go down in history, and Mr. Director, maybe I can get away with the certificate. As one of the very few people who served the shortest period as a student council president. A very special certificate it may be. Today, I think the most important thing is maybe if I can share with you the perspective of a student to KSL. I can share with you my perspective as a student, which may be different from how the administration and our teachers may share. And it will just be quick 4 points that I'll sit down because people of my body size don't speak much. Number one, as a student, it's very important to not miss any farm meeting, especially during preparation and working on the project work. As a class rep, I handled many of such cases, and several of them up to now, they don't have project work marks because of missing of those meetings. My very good class coordinator, Madam Monde, is here, and every time she saw me in her office, she thought I was going there with a case of a certain firm that is kicking out their member for missing firm meetings. It is very important, as Madam Konuche mentioned, when classes on the timetable indicate that you will have firm meetings at a certain time. Today it looks like just a normal paper, but when project work marks will be compiled, that is when you will discover that paper was very important. Number two, there is always a last minute rush on compiling project work and printing. So always try to finish at least 3 weeks before the end of the term. And then there is submission of certificates. Those are degree certificates. There is a period in which the school will allocate. Some members of my class, when that deadline came by, at that time they had not submitted their certificates, and I could not help. So please, those who have not submitted, try to see on how you can get them availed. It's very sad for you to sit in class for that period and then defer to come back the following year. So if you know that you may not have gotten your certificate by that time, I think it is wise for you to seek advice from the administration as early as now before wasting time sitting in class without a certificate. Another thing that really brought distress within my class members was dress code, and that can easily be available. It's the same as the LSK dress code. Standing at this point and looking, I can say congratulations, majority of you have adhered to the dress code. And then there is, lastly, fee clearance before the start of orals and configuration of your email addresses. It may look like any other ordinary email, but it carries everything in ATP, including your oral marks results and project work results. They are sent to that particular email. So as early as possible, try to get a password where you can log in. Try to set yourself and make even communications between you and your lecturer while sending assignment answers and project work on that email, so that by the time results will be coming out, it will be very comfortable for you to receive such results on that email. I want to leave you with a quote from my village that says, "A prince does not urinate in the bush because even squirrels will laugh at you." So as students of KSL, there is a school bus called Naboka. Just about when you are to alight, they always say, "Law school," and law school members will stand and step out. That means from town up to this point, or from Rongai, or from wherever you are staying, even at your personal life, there is a moment in which the people around you will discover you are a student of the Kenya School of Law. So how you handle yourself there clearly depicts the picture of the Kenya School of Law. So as you handle yourself out there in your private affairs, know that you are carrying a big name, a name that very senior members of the society also take share in. Thank you so much. All the blessings to you and all the best as you start this journey. This journey may end without the person sitting next to you being there. They may have gotten better opportunities or anything else, God forbid, may have happened. But my prayer is, as you sit here today, may you all sit here even at the last day of the exams. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mitch, Emeritus, as you have rightly stated. Before I finish and invite Madam Commissioner, I just want to say something. Just the other day, a friend of mine texted me they're joining with you, and they said, as there's someone selling notes at 9K, would you advise me to buy them notes? And I was like, 9K in this economy, someone wants to buy notes. And I do understand that when you're coming to KSL, you have a lot of things that people have told you about KSL. You hear a lot of things and you come scared. You just don't know what to expect. But from my experience, what I can tell you, KSL is just like any other institution that you should go and learn. Do not be sold the notion of fear. There's nothing to be scared about. Just come to class, write notes and read. Don't be afraid. Stop buying those things that people are telling you to buy, notes that may not be appreciated. Just listen to your lecturers and do not be afraid. That is all I can tell you. Thank you so much for your attention. Madam Commissioner, back to you.
Thank you so much. The SGC of 2023. You can see there's nothing to be afraid of, KSL. Yeah. At the school, we also value, other than teaching you the 9 units, sending you out to pupilage and certifying you ready for the market, we try as much as possible to expose you to other opportunities that, or to say, add value to your law degree, excuse me, or your legal background. So we have partnerships with different groups. You will come to learn about some of them later on. But today we have a representative who wants to speak to you in 5 minutes about mediation. I'll invite you, Mr. Ganji. He wants to tell you something about mediation, and then you can discuss with him further. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Director of the Kenya School of Law, management staff, members of the faculty, fellow alumni, fellow students, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Rahim Danji. It's a pleasure to be addressing you this morning. It brings back a lot of memories for me as a former student here at the Kenya School of Law back in 2012. I recognize many members of the faculty who surprisingly have not aged at all. It's a pleasure to be here again to meet with you. I'm particularly grateful to the Director of the Kenya School of Law, Dr. Mutai, and the Assistant Director for the Advocates Training Program, Ms. Konuche, for allowing me to speak with you today about a program, a mediation program that is being offered through my organization, the Organization for Conflict Management and Reconstruction. To tell you a bit about myself, briefly, I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm also a solicitor advocate in England and Wales. I'm a visiting lecturer at the University of Law in London. I'm an accredited mediator, an author of conflict management, and the director of the Organization for Conflict Management and Reconstruction. OCMR deals primarily with state and non-state conflict management. That's state conflict management between international. But we are offering the opportunity to engage in the study of mediation, to train you, to equip you with the skills as mediators in the field of domestic legal practice. The program basically takes a look at various aspects that includes active listening, the 5 phases of mediation, which is a preparatory stage, the opening phase, the exploration stage, the bargaining phase, and the concluding phase. We look at several case studies over the course of the program. There are role-play exercises as well. The course is online. It begins in May 2024. Over the course of 3 months, it is online every Saturday for 3.5 hours, and the assessment will be in person, and on successful completion, you will get a certificate of completion from OCMR. There are several reasons why you should consider studies and further studies in mediation. One, it makes you more marketable in the professional legal industry. Secondly, there is a move towards alternative methods of dispute resolution, including arbitration or mediation. So it equips you with the skills that will make you marketable in the industry, either to your clients or to the law firms that you will be working with. You will get access to a jobs board, which will help you as you near the end of the completion of the course here on the Advocates Training Program. And for today, if you register your interest with us, we are reducing the cost of this program to 15,000 shillings for the entire program. You can register your interest by emailing us at info@ocmr.uk. That's info@ocmr.uk. I'll leave you finally with some words from Lord Tennyson, who said, "Seek knowledge like a sinking star, to find, to seek, to strive, and not to yield." The Advocates Training Program is intense, but you will be equipped with very great skills that will empower you in the field of legal practice here in Kenya. I wish you all the very best as you embark on this journey as advocates in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banji. We also have a program that runs with the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, but we'll be telling you more as the offers come along. We are interested in growing you holistically so that when you go to the market, you have a competitive edge, and you have some added advantage over someone who does not take some of these extra offerings. So we move on to the next presentations. Now we go to the School of Law Management. Well, the only face you probably tend to interact with, especially when you come in, is the Advocacy Training Program and the Academic Services. But we have a lot of support services that help the school run. It's like the engine of the school. So they'll tell you in brief what they do and where you may need them, and if you need them, how to get in touch with them. So I'd like to welcome Legal Office. I don't know if there's representation from Legal Office. It seems not, we don't have. So we move to Academic Services Department. Oh yes, Mr. Dirango will take you through the Academic Services Department. He will tell you they are the first people you interact with and they are the last you interact with before you leave this school. So welcome, Mr. Dirango. Introduce yourself.
So, Director, Kenya School of Law, Dr. Henry Mutai, Management, fellow staff, students, good morning. My name is Lawrence Dirango. I'm taking in for the Principal Officer, Academic Services, Mr. Frederick Moya. He's away on an issue he was to address outside the school. So mine, first of all, is to welcome you so much to the school. We have interacted a bit with us because Academic Services at the school basically is the administrative function, so to speak, of the academic functions of the school. Basically, we manage admissions, examination, student records, student welfare, and counseling support. So for student welfare and counseling support, we have one of us who will basically address that. So I would like possibly to give in a nutshell some of the issues that possibly may be of interest in your stay at the school. For student admission, so far we have covered a substantial amount of work. That's why you are here. So we basically receive your applications, we ensure they are processed, issues emerging from there are addressed, and in terms of the records that emerge from that, we ensure they are safe. Now, related also to that is after now you become a bona fide student, we are the people in charge of allocation of classes and firms. During registration, we requested you to choose your class. Ours is to ensure that we stick to that, but to guide you, because most of the time we get a number of issues emerging from that, is that for class allocation, if you choose the physical day, as Madam Konucha indicated, we have the morning and the afternoon. The allocation between the morning and the afternoon is random. So for the online class, we try as much as possible to be accommodative, bearing in mind the uniqueness of the online class. So that one we try to accommodate as much as possible the student request. However, even for the physical, we do try, because we do get requests of students saying, as much as I indicated this, I would like to change to this. For the interest of the program, we only allow those requests within the first 2 weeks. So by 16th, those issues will be crossed, because we need to stabilize the running of the program. So if there is any change of the class, kindly take note that it is purely within the first 2 weeks. Then thereafter we won't entertain any further request on that, unless extremely, which possibly must get the attention of the director for approval. So on related also to your stay, another area that we get so much issues emerging for those who don't take precaution. And this one are addressed in the student guide, which is available at the Kenya School of Law website. I'd like to encourage each one of us, please orient yourself with the content of the student guide, ATP 20, it have a number of issues related to the running of the program, which are important to take note of. Now, there is the issue of the student email, the KSL. From the academic service, once the ICT allocate the emails, that will be the platform for us to communicate to you. Just as to mention one, I have said that we are also the people who deal with the processing of examination. As much as KSL is an agent, no, CLE exams relate to the CLE function. Sometimes once in a while, CLE may request the school to process, especially the oral and the projects. For the project, I would like to urge you as early as now, please, when you are doing your projects in your group, kindly ensure your student number and anything related to the attendance is properly documented. Because issues that relate a number of issues to do with the allocation of marks and resolving issues that emerge from that, we rely on the records that are forwarded when the project are being handed in. On student clearance, once you come to the end of the program, still that is part of our service. So basically, if you look at the student guide, there's a portion addressing on that. So basically at the academic service, those are our areas. We also related to giving recommendation letters. Sometimes we get requests that institution that would like, possibly you would like the school to send an acknowledgement to that. So basically we deal with that. Last but not least, we also issue student identification cards. This one we target to issue each and every student who have undergone the registration with a student card at least by the end of the second week. This is important for purposes of our services, and we normally insist that this student card must be displayed whenever you are within the school compound for purposes of identifying who is who. When you come to our offices for any service, this is the card we request in our first interaction with you, so that we can be able to know who we are interacting with, so that we don't end up giving someone's information to who is not required to be exposed to that. So basically that is academic services, and we would like to invite you for general academic issues. Kindly visit our offices, will be of assistance, or where possibly you are not sure. Academic service basically at the school is the client-facing unit of the school in terms of managing academic administrative issues. So welcome so much. So I will leave it at that, unless possibly during the question and answer session, I'll be glad to respond to any gap. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mirango. Also, I think he forgot to mention that when you go on Pupilage, the other ones will be issuing new workbooks and receiving them back. But we will address that when the time comes for you to go out of Pupilage. As indicated earlier, we try to make a wholesome person out of you as a law student. So we also have some programs that run alongside the ATP program, but are actually appendages of the ATP department. That is legal aid clinics, we have Moot courts, and Pupilage. So to address those aspects, I'd like to welcome Ms. Anastasia Otieno, who is the coordinator in charge of the legal aid clinic.
Thank you, Anne, for that. I'm Anastasia Otieno. I'm in charge of the legal aid clinic, and I'm also the coordinator of the probate and administration. I also teach probate and administration in this particular school. Now I'm going to talk not just about the legal aid, but I'll also talk about moot courts and a bit of pupilage, because I'm holding brief for Mr. Simiu and Mr. Munidhia, who are in charge of those particular programs. But I promise I won't take too much of your time, in as much as I'm a lawyer and I'm paid to speak. But today, I'm not being paid to do this. So now, the legal aid clinic is headed by myself. Now, on this, we usually visit, we go to visit prisons, and we now have expanded into community outreaches. So that means that as a school, we are invited sometimes to community, and sometimes we also have our own program in which we have a schedule in which we go outside the town, within Nairobi and outside, to go and offer legal aid clinic. Previously, we were only doing it in prisons, but now we've had partnerships with various organizations, so we even visit communities. I would urge you to get involved in this, and it's going to be an involvement in a structured manner. We'll address you on this when the time comes. So it won't just be anybody going, and we'll try as much as possible to give as many opportunities, as many people an opportunity to go into this program. Because there's a tendency that because there are some few students who like to travel, then they want to go often. But we have a structure. So we'll inform you in due course how that structure works. Then the next program that we have is the Moot course. And this is not the Moot course that you have in your timetable. It's different. This one is about Moot court competitions. So we usually have inter-class competitions first, and then some of you have done this at the university, so you're aware of this. Then we go for nationals, and then we go for internationals. So of recent, we've been going outside the country to represent the school, and that will depend on whether funds are available. You know the situation right now in Kenya, so it all depends on the pocket of our director. If you can persuade him to open up the coffers, then we'll definitely go outside the country. So keep the hope alive on that. Then there's the third issue, which is the pupilage. By the way, the Moot courts are run by Mr. Simini. Then the pupilage is run by Mr. Munidia. So he's not here today, he's indisposed. So this is going to be done after you've completed your 8-month study here. You'll go for a 6 months pupilage time, whereby you go into law firms to do your pupilage. You'll be acting as lawyers there, but of course you should know your limit. That doesn't mean that you and you know it has happened, that you present clients, because now most of the work is online. Pupils have been known to do that. So please, when you go for pupilage, you mind that. But we'll have a briefing just before the pupilage begins. But just take note that pupilage happens after you've cleared with your course here, and Mr. Munidia, who is in charge, will give you a briefing just before you go for that pupilage time. So as I promised that I won't take too much of your time, if there are any questions, I'll be ready to answer, and that is all. I hope I've taken your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anastasia. As I said, these programs are basically just to enrich your experience at the school, enrich your practical experience, especially the legal aid. So when you hear of a legal aid, for instance, which are organized, say, by a church to visit a community to give legal aid, make a point of at least offering to attend one, because it helps two ways. First of all, it helps you to deal with a real life scenario. You will have to sit with a real client who brings you a real problem. You know, if it's prison or if it's in the field. Prisons, normally it would be issues to do criminal law, excuse me, arrests, you know, appeals and things like that. So they present you the real case. If it's out there in the communities, somebody has an issue with a shamba, somebody has an issue with their family, somebody has an issue with custody, and they present that case to you now, real life. So you have an opportunity to learn and interact with those clients, and also now sharpen your skills, which is what you're learning here at the school, client care and problem solving. Then the second aspect of that legal aid is that you're also giving back to community, which is a good thing. As a lawyer, you're always encouraged to take up pro bono cases, to give back from the blessings that you have been bestowed upon. Also supporting the ATP program, very close collaboration, is the library. I'd like to invite Agnes Moy, who will take you through the resources that the school has with regard to the library. Agnes.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning. My name is Agnes Moy. I'm Principal Librarian, Kenya School of Law, and I'm going to address a few things about the library. And before then, those who are studying at the back, we have a lot of sitting space all over. So just come in front or along the sides, and there is a lot of sitting space. Kenya School of Law has two libraries. One, and the major one, is situated here at Karen campus. We have a small one in our town campus that supports the PTP program. The one at town campus is not open for the ATP students. So for you, you will have to do with what we have here in Karen campus. And a lot of library information, all the information is in the website, so I'm just going to highlight just a few things. We open at 8 every day of the week and close at 8 in the night. We also open on Saturday up to 1. We don't open on Sundays and public holidays. When it comes to information materials, we have both print books and e-resources. Electronic resources comprises of electronic books and electronic journals, and they are numerous. There are many for the legal education. And for the print books, you are allowed to borrow 2 books within a week. After the 2 weeks, you are supposed to return the books or renew if you're not done with them, but ensure that you return. And if by bad luck you lose a book, ensure you report before the due date. Because if you don't report and the due date comes and we don't know that the book got lost, the book starts accumulating what we call overdue fine. So you will end up paying the overdue fine and also replacing the book. So ensure you return, and when you borrow books, ensure you return before the due date, because if you return after, again, you have to pay overdue fine, which we don't like subjecting our students to, but for the sake of regulating the circulation of books, that provision is there. For electronic resources, we will give you or will take you through what we call an orientation program, that is ILCT, Information Literacy and Competency Training, after like 2-3 weeks when you are well settled in your classes and you have your KSF email address, because it is the email address that we will use to activate your accounts to give you login credentials, because each of you will be given login credentials for the ebooks and also for the databases for e-journals. So ensure by the time that we put out the timetable for training, you have your KSL email address. We will not use any other email address. And before then, go to our website, see the electronic resources that we have. We have rights of the LexisNexis, Law Africa. We have many of them at CLISC, which is a consortium in Kenya, where institutions of higher learning come together to purchase the e-resources. So we will take you through the orientation when we announce the dates. Another thing that maybe I want to emphasize is making noise in the library. We insist that our library is a quiet place. It is not a place open for discussion, for group discussions. We have in the school, around the field and at Gate B, discussion gazebos. I almost said carrels. Carrels are in the library. Those gazebos, utilize them for your discussions. Don't discuss in the library. In the library rules, in the website, you will see that we also don't allow food and drinks in the library. You will leave them at the luggage bay. And when you are leaving your luggage at the luggage bay in the library, ensure you don't leave your valuables. Don't leave your money, don't leave your phones, your iPads, your laptops in that luggage bay. Leave the bag there, enter with your valuables into the library. And because I have said that we will give you an orientation training on ebooks and e-resources, we will communicate more about the library that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Our library is at the entrance on your left as you come in. It's on the left, right there. But we have a bigger one coming up, hopefully to be complete before you finish it, so that you can have a taste of it. All right, so next we will have a representative from student welfare who will speak about student welfare and sports. That's our student counselor. She's called Dorcas Mwachia.
Nimefikiwa. Good morning, Director of the school, management, and all protocols observed. My name is Dorcas Mwachia. I'm the student welfare and the counseling officer. Najua I was observing some of you. Tangu mfike aujaangalia east or west to know who are sat on jirani yako. So what we do, I'll divide my 3 minutes. One for the interaction. The second minute I'll talk about the welfare activities. The third one I'll talk about, the second one I'll talk about counseling. Then the third one I'll talk about the welfare activities. You know, the welfare is here to keep you warm. You've had so much. Meskia? Yeah. So please turn to your neighbor and at least get the first name. Right and left. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Hello? What? When I say what, you say where? What? Where? What? Where? Apana, it's not that loud. What? Where? What? 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 All right, thank you very much. It's going to be a journey of at least 18 months. And the welfare is here to keep you very warm and with so many activities as a counselor. In fact, today, 1st February, it's ever a day in our calendar of mental health. We ever talk about, it's time to talk. It's time to talk about anything. It's time to talk about what we are struggling with. It's time to talk about what you're going through. It's time to talk. So it's time to talk. At least you have the first name of your neighbor. So tell your neighbor, if it's Dorcas, Dorcas, it's time to talk. And I'm happy, as lawyers, you are aware of the Mental Health Cap, the Mental Health Act 10 of 1989, Cap 289. Where the mental health, the act, it helps to streamline the activities to the very most to your peers. So this journey of 18 months, a lot can happen. I'm happy when Michelle's on, where he mentioned about the one you're sat with, pamoja. But of course, it's our prayer, all of us, to finish this journey. So 18 months, a lot can happen. In your family, in your friendships, in your financial issues, a lot can happen. So I want us to sing this song. I know you're shocked, Anna. It's a very brief song, but it's a summary to explain what I'm about to say concerning this journey of 18 months. Are you ready? It's a journey where we say, ni safari. Those who don't get it in Swahili, I promise to interpret. So what's the destination? What's the end goal for all this? One person? At the back, 9 P's. Someone else, what's the end goal for all this? Yes? Admission to labor. Very good. So that's the end goal. So this is how it goes. I'll give how their journeys, where I'll take you back to those years when you are younger. When you are around nursery school. Allow me to take you back. So the journey to Pukulu is a destination, and we've all agreed here, Pukulu is you want to be admitted to the bar, at the same time you want to have the 9 P's, okay? Yes. So the journey to Pukulu. I'm requesting all of us to stand. Sorry, I missed that step. So the journey to Pukulu, this is how we will demonstrate. The journey to Pukulu. The journey to Pukulu. Pukulu, you get it? Yes, the journey to Pukulu. It started with Pakala, Pekele, Pikili, Pokolo, Pukulu. Okay, you've gotten the rhythm? You make it faster. So the journey to Pukulu. Ilianza Pakala, Pekele, Pikili, Pokolo. Once more. Safari ya Pakala. Ilianza, sorry, Safari ya. Sorry for that. Safari ya Pukulu. Ilianza Pakala. Ikafika Pekele, ikafika Pikili, then Pokolo, Pukulu. Don't forget that. One volunteer? No, just one volunteer to demonstrate something. Yes, thank you. So, yeah, you can sit, thank you. So, the journey to Pupulu, thank you very much for allowing me to take you to nursery. So, the journey to Pupulu may not be easy. So, as this journey continues, a lot can happen. Group farms, group dynamics. But because we believe in Ubuntu, I am because of you are, it becomes easier. So when you see your brother or your sister struggling, maybe in group dynamics, just pull that person. Make sure I pull you up. Yeah. So when that journey becomes tough, ukiona mwenzako is not achieving, not coming to meetings, we've agreed a lot can happen within these 18 months. Someone can don't let your group member down. Hold their hand and tell them, Safari ni wapi? Pugulu. When you see them not attending to meetings, don't let them out. Hold their hand and tell them, we are in a journey, and the end goal is Pugulu. Okay? Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you. So our office is located at phase 2, just the building next. And the office we both deal with individual counseling and group counseling. Sorry. It deals both with individual counseling and group counseling. And also the welfare activities are so many. And on behalf of the student welfare committee, if you have an activity that you feel it can make this place a better place, please usiketi chini. Just share out, speak out, so that we can make KSL a better place to stay. Okay? God bless you all, and God bless Kenya School of Law.
Pukulu, I want to invite Mr. Mwaneki to come and talk about sports very briefly. I didn't know he was here until he texted me. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. I will take only 1 minute. My name is Mwaniki. I discuss with you, or be discussing with you, trial advocacy, and also coordinating that program. But in addition to that, I am the current chairperson of the Kenya School of Law Sports Committee. So in addition to, apart from the academic work that you'll be doing, which these days we like to call CBC. So apart from your CBC work, although for us CBC means competence building curriculum. So apart from your CBC work, we have a lot of sports activities here, both outdoor and indoor sports. We have sporting activities happening throughout the year. We have a sports tournament in term 1 for outdoor games. In term 2, we have 1 for indoor games. And in term 3, we have 1 for all games. Also, we have throughout the year sports trips within the country and sometimes outside the country. This year we have been invited to Kampala in the month of September. So if we get some little money, we will go to Kampala in September. So I urge all of you to get interested in sports, all manner of sporting activities. Those of you who have never learned to swim, we have a nice little swimming pool there. We have a trainer. Please learn how to swim, right? Now we have a sports officer, Sir Leonard Okoth. His office is in that building there. I request all of you to register with Mr. Okoth and indicate the particular sporting activity you like to participate in throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wadeki. We have a field right at the back, so sometimes you'll also see some of us trying to chase old age, just doing laps. So you can join us. It's a very good activity. It helps also to clear the mind. I think I forgot to mention when I was introducing that ATP is a core department at the school. We have two other core departments at the school. We have what we call the PTP. I think we don't have a representative. The Paralegal Training Program, which is based in Town Campus Development House. They train paralegals or diploma in law. You may interact with them possibly during sports or maybe one or few other activities, but basically they are based in town. The other core department is the CPD, which is the Continuing Professional Development Department. I want to jump to that first and ask Mr. Isaac Kuloba to come and talk about CPD so that we go now to the support services, the corporate area. So Mr. Isaac Kuloba is also Assistant Director CPD. As he comes, when Dorcas asked you to speak to your neighbor, get to know their names. Have you ever heard of the 10th P? Find out what the 10th P is.
Thank you, Director, Management, students. Good morning. My name is Kuloba Isaac, as you have been told. I'm Assistant Director in charge of CPD projects and research. CPD means Continuing Professional Development Projects and Research Department of the school. This is a department that was established in 2009, and the purpose of that department was to bridge the gap between your departure from Kenya School of Law and effective delivery of your services wherever you are. So it means that upon your departure from KSL, when you join the bar, and indeed even before you join the bar, you are eligible to come to CPD, where we organize short courses. We have two types of courses, short courses and calendar courses. If you check on our website, and I'll request you to promote CPD by just logging in on CPD at KSL. Just do that as we continue. You'll be promoting our website, and we'll see the logins in that website. So we have calendar courses, short courses between 2 and 5 days. We have a long course, one long course, which is 9 weeks, certificate in legislative drafting, which in the past we have done in collaboration with the Commonwealth Secretariat. We also have customer tailored courses. If you are an institution, you can request us to organize a course on any area of law. We have expertise, we have a database of trainers, consultants, to handle any course that is known under the sun. We also have certifications. Certification in some few areas. Currently, we are certifying legal auditors. So you attend that course, you'll do an examination, then you are certified. It's a 5-day course. Currently, actually, we are doing one where we train you for 5 days, after which you go through an assessment. If you get 50% and above, you are certified as a legal auditor. We also have the second part of the department is consultancies. Currently, we are doing legal and governance audits, especially in the public sector. We are also doing regulatory impact assessment. This is a very new area, and I'll urge you to not to just think of litigation. We have many areas of practice. Regulatory impact assessment is one of those areas. We also have legislative drafting, which we do. We not only train on legislative drafting, but we also draft upon as consultants. You can engage the school to draft bills and we have done for state corporations who wish to draft bills or draft regulations. Finally, we have also under consultancies, we can prepare policies, we can prepare manuals for as consultants. The last bit is research and projects. There's a research department which basically carries out research relating to law, rule of law, administration of justice, constitutional issues, and projects. Mainly we deal with the resource mobilization projects, like we collaborating with other institutions, maybe donors to support our projects, to support school programs. We also have housed under CPD Certified Secretaries course, which I'm sure many of you will be interested in. It is, we have been accredited by CASNEP, so you can enroll. Right now we have started the second intake. It's a 3-month course for foundational, 3-month for intermediate. We have then advanced. So for those who may have started elsewhere, you can also join at any of those levels. And if you need more information, we'll urge you to log onto the CPD program. If you want to attend any of our courses, you need to register. Just log on to services at services.ksl.ac.ae. It will take you to the website where you register. You register once and you'll be able to access all courses that are available. For example, if you log on now and register, you will see courses that are coming in the next 2 months or so, which you can then register. The charges are not competitive, so you will find them on the website. There is a calendar which runs from July to June of the following year. So the current one is ending on 30th June. We invite you to attend. Is this program, CPD program, available to students? Yes, in the past we have organized a training on legislative drafting internally for students. If you organize yourself, we can do at subsidized rate. We have also done mediation. It's also available. We have a collaboration. My learned friend talks about mediation, and we welcome you to provide that. So we have those courses. Legislative drafting is available. You can enroll and attend as a CPD customer. So just to conclude, I know that you are here for only 550 days. This is a very short time, so you need to work hard. What has been said here should not scare you. Yeah, because you know, for you to be here, you are already an achiever. So there is no doubt about your competence to pass exam. So we expect all of you to pass. But if you want to stay a little longer with us, also you are welcome. We can stay with us. Now, let me conclude in Proverbs chapter 20, verse 4. It says that sluggards do not plow in season. So at the end of the season, when they go to the shamba, they find nothing. Yeah, so we urge you to plow right now. When CLE calls you, please don't embarrass us by failing. You need to pass, isn't it? So can we clap ourselves for having achieved to admit it here? Thank you. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. I now want to call the Human Resource and Administration Assistant Director to take us through the other aspects now. These are the people who work in the background. Make sure you have clean rooms, you have the facilities you need, you have the lecturers you need. So they're very important. So I want to invite Mr. John Malombe to take us through the HR&A function.
Thank you, Anna. Our Director, Dr. Henry Mutai, my colleagues in the management and the faculty, the students. Good morning. Yeah, once more, my name is John Malombe. I serve the school as the Assistant Director, HR and Administration. As the Assistant Director, ATP has indicated, we are normally not very visible to the students because we work in the background. The HR and Administration Department comprises of a number of sections. We have the HR section. I'm struggling a little bit with this face here. Yeah, thank you. As I said, the HR and Administration Department comprises a number of sections. I will start with the HR section. And basically in HR, the most important role that we play with regard to the students' experience is ensuring that we have optimal number of staff well equipped with the necessary skills to be able to take our students through the program. So most of the times, actually, you always see us through the staff you'll be interacting with during your stay in the school. You see us through the lecturers who will be teaching you in class. You see us through the staff you meet in the libraries. You see us through the staff who will be doing group and individual counseling and the other areas where you will be interacting directly with the staff. Our role is to bring on board those members of staff to be able to serve you. And I can assure you that we have the right number, the right skills, the right attitudes, and your stay here will be taken care of. The other section is the administration section, and here we deal with the physical facilities, the lecture rooms, ensure that we have enough lecture rooms. You also see that we have set up some gazebos on the pitch and in gate B, where students can meet for their farm meetings. And this is to ensure that we have adequate facilities which will support every aspect of your training. The other bit about administration is security. It is our responsibility to ensure that the students, our staff, the assets of the institution are safe. So when you are here, please be assured that you are in a safe environment. We have our own staff who are security personnel. We have also outsourced a private company to provide security to the institution. And during the night, the school is also, we get support from armed administration police officers. That is to ensure that we don't worry so much about our safety. There's something I would like to mention while on this is that you may be required, you may be searched when you are entering the school. It is only for our own safety because we don't know who else may want to pretend to be a student, access the institution, but for malicious reasons. Kindly cooperate with the security staff around. The other issue is on cleanliness. We also provide and ensure that we have our environment is clean, our lecture rooms, and also the environment out there. It is our duty, and I would like to appeal to every one of you to be part of the team that will ensure that our environment is clean. And one way to ensure that is if if, for instance, you're working with a bottle of water, you take your water. Please don't throw that bottle anywhere. We have litter bins all over. Just walk to the nearest litter bin and then drop that. Sorry for that itch. I was saying that if you come in with a bottle of mineral water, you take your water, please don't throw the bottle anywhere. We have litter bins across the campus. Walk to the nearest litter bin and drop that bottle there. You would have assisted us a great deal. The other thing I would like to talk about, and has been mentioned, is the issue of transport to students. It is also under our docket to facilitate students' transport when they are attending to their various programs. I think Madam Otieno was talking about the legal clinics. Students travel to a number of various destinations to attend to those legal clinics, and it is our responsibility to ensure that their vehicles are available for that purpose. Lastly, under administration, the element of fire safety. We are always advised that to be prepared, because happen. Please note that we have an assembly point just across the football pitch, to the very end of the pitch. That is where the assembly point is. Should that happen when you are on the other side, the assembly point is just to the end of the parking on the western side of the gate C parking. Please take note of that, because that is very useful information today. And then, while still on this, for those of us who have been driving themselves into the school, it doesn't happen in Bar. chosen to stay in the school. We have a few rooms around. This week, only 4 rooms were available. I would believe that they have already been taken by now. And beginning this year, we opened a wing of one of our guest hostels in Gate C to students. And again, by Monday, I think 12 rooms had already been taken. If there is anyone amongst you who is still struggling to find somewhere to stay, I think our accommodation would be one of the best. You be staying in one of the safest places. I would encourage you to consider taking up an accommodation in the school. I think basically, then the hospitality section runs the school cafeterias. We have the students' cafeteria just here, where we provide meals to students at a subsidized rate. We also have the swimming pool. It is open again to the students. You can access the swimming pool, but we charge some little money. All this money goes into supplementing the school budget for operation purposes. The other bit I would have wanted to talk about is marketing, but because our marketing officer is here, I would leave that bit for him to deal with. Thank you so much. I look forward to supporting you in your very short journey to, I don't know, I can't remember what she called it. What did she call that place? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malombe. We encourage you to walk around the school so that you also familiarize yourselves with where everything is. Discover where the ablution block is, where the bathrooms on this other side are. We may not be able to walk you around, but you're adults, so just walk around, ensure that you're just well behaved as you do that, so that you also understand the environment that you're going to be in. I'm going to call finance. Ms. Ruth Gadoni will just tell you about the payment of fees and options like that, and also speak briefly about procurement.
Good morning, all. Director and all protocols observed. My name is Ruth Gadoni. I'm the principal accountant. I believe that all of you who are seated here have passed through finance. Is there anyone maybe who has not passed through finance? Okay, that's good. As you've heard everybody talking about, a little money, right? Sports wants some little money, legal aid wants some little money. So that is our business every day. So for us is to ensure that we've collected your fee. And after we collect your fee, we also do budgets and ensure that all the activities are well taken care of. We will be able to pay the lecturers, we'll be able to ensure you do the legal aid, you do the sports, and all other activities that may come up in the school. You've already paid your fees, and those who have not paid their fees, you know that you'll pay your fee through depositing into the banks. You can bring the checks. Some of you may have sponsorships, maybe from the CDF, from the counties. Ensure that you bring these checks to the school to have them receipted. For this first time registration, we require you to come to the school and do the registration. But for those who haven't cleared their fee, when you pay your second deposit or even your third deposit, you don't require to come to the school again. All you do is that ensure that you have indicated your registration number correctly so that we are able to update your fee. Then you'll be able to view your statement through the student portal. We also have help. I know some of you have benefited from help. The way we run the fund is that the school is kind enough to put some little money from our budget. So every year we put in 10 million to be able to support the students. So as the years have progressed, the uptake of the fund has grown. And in this year we had the highest. We had 300 students applying for the loan. And with the little amount we had, all we had to do is divide it equally among us two. So this little money is just to supplement your fee, and you'll be required now to clear the other bit of the fee. An important thing that was raised by the Emeritus President is that you will not be allowed to sit for your orals if you have not cleared your fee. To sit for your orals, it must be zero balance. So for those who have raised the minimum payment, please plan between now and July, because it's always very sad to have students coming up and saying, oh, I paid this, I'm not able to raise, but unfortunately you'll not be allowed to sit for the oral. So just plan within the remaining months, now that you have been able to register and start classes, plan on how to clear the balance. For any queries, we have an email, finance@ksl.ac.ke. You can always drop an email. We are going to respond. If you want to inquire of anything, you can always do an email. You don't have to walk to our offices. So you're welcome to Kenya School of Law, and I pray that you remain in good health, because if you're not in good health, then you are not able to do your day-to-day coming to class and the rest of the work. And also, please remain focused, so that as you head to Pupulu,
Thank you very much, Ruth. I want to invite ICT. ICT is a department you'll be encountering quite a lot, so better listen to what they say. Karibu sana Bwana Kinyo.
The director, management, faculty members, other members of staff, students, good morning. Welcome to Kenya School of Law. This is a support department that supports the other departments in matters regarding technology and communication. So whatever setup you see here is what we call a blended kind of learning, and we do those sometimes when we have guest lecturers. So it is a combined kind of class. But the department will be setting up the classes, whether physical or online, and this for online classes, they will be sent to your school account. So make sure that you activate. The first thing you do is, once you receive that account, is ensure that it is active, because as you heard from the academics department, they indicated that that account may be used to send the oral and project work marks. We also have a student portal where you can view your fee balance and check other things. We will endeavor to ensure that the marks will also be posted there when that time comes, but make sure that the email is active. For other students who are not the physical class, make sure you also activate your account, because sometimes you might not be able to attend that that physical guest lecture, and it is important. So make sure that you are familiar with the platform that we run the emails, and other accounts, which we call the Microsoft Office 365. So make sure you activate it. We will be doing an orientation tomorrow for using this online platform. So make sure you also attend, just like the ones who are online have done. We will be sharing your accounts so that if you are able to activate before the orientation, that's better. But if you are not able to activate, make sure you attend that training. We have offices in Gate C. That is where you began your registration. And up there is what is where my fellow colleagues in the department sit when they are supposed to set up the classes. So make sure that the class reps, once you elect your class reps, they will be trained by my colleagues so that you have a better experience, so that you don't have a lot of time when you are setting up classes. They'll show you, the class reps, how to use and activate these microphones, so that in case somebody is engaged somewhere else, you can also be able to assist in setting up the microphone. We also have an email. It's called AV support. Just take it. So in case of anything, you can reach out to the ICT department by writing just once you experience some problem, just write to avsupport@ksl.ac.ke. For the library, they indicated their email, which is library@ksl.ac.ke. Sometimes you send to ICT, we forward these requests, but once you do the orientation for the library, you'll be guided on which email to reach out to on matters, the online databases. So on behalf of the department, I welcome you to the Kenya School of Law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kinyo. As I call Mr. Ali, I just want to also, because he's going to talk about communication, I would like to mention that even for ATP, in terms of communication, the course outlines you receive will have the names of the lecturers for each class and their email addresses. So in case you need to reach out to any of the lecturers, then the main mode of communication here would be email addresses. We encourage classes to form their own WhatsApp groups because it's a faster way of communication, and as technology develops, normally you want to get information very fast. So once you get your class reps, you can have a class WhatsApp group so that in case there is urgent information to pass, it can be posted in the WhatsApp group. But ordinarily then we communicate any information, if official communication will reach you through your official email address, and you can also reach us through our official email addresses. I believe corporate communications and marketing can also do a flyer indicating the key email addresses that you need in the school for hospitality, for finance, and all that. Then you can use that, it will be in the website, you can use that to reach us in case of anything. So I want to welcome our marketing officer, Mr. Ali. He's also going to take us through a bit of corporate communication.
Good morning. My name is Ali Mokaneno. I'm the marketing officer here and also be speaking for corporate communications. First things first, please take up your phone. For those who are on Twitter, follow us on Twitter at School of Law KE. For those on Facebook, we're there at Kenya School of Law, Instagram at the Kenya School of Law, LinkedIn at the Kenya School of Law. The reason as to why I need you to follow us there is because you might have questions, you might need clarification when you're not on premise. And we're very, very active there, and that is one of the ways you can reach us. Outside of social media, you can also utilize the relevant departmental emails. For finance, it's finance@ksl.sc.ke. In case you need to reach our welfare officer, a therapist, Dorcas, you can reach her through counseling@ksl. You get it. Counseling, procurement, even. In case you're unsure where your inquiry is supposed to go to, you can email us. Hey, bye-bye, Kizungu. Anyway, you can email us at lawschool@ksl.sc.ke. Now, at KSL, we endeavor to offer the best services, and because of that, I need to tell you a bit about our service charter. First things first, apart from the emails that I've given you, most of the responses you will get within 24 hours. All phone calls are picked up within the first 3 rings. Sawa. In case you do have complaints or you're not satisfied because of a reason or another, please feel free to walk into our offices and speak to us. The first preferable way of solving any sort of dispute or inquiry is to walk to the officer. Sometimes that might not be possible. You can go to our director's office. He has an open door policy. You can either walk to him or write to him, and it will be resolved. Sawa. At marketing, how we interact with you is by offering all the relevant information on our products through our various channels. We have a lot of information about ATP on our website. In case you haven't visited us, tafadhali tutembelea hapo. You find a lot of information with regards to your timetable, some of the things you should expect, some of the frequent questions that other generations of students have asked right there. Kwa wale ambao walikuwa wajikuhusu the story of the 10P, let me give you a hint. We have wedding rides and we offer them for 55,000. Whatever you choose to do with that information is entirely yours. Sawa. I look forward to interacting with all of you. Karibuni sana Kenya School of Law. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. As we wind up this session, before we invite the next section, a few things of note also, which I think have not been mentioned. As a school, we also participate in corporate social responsibility. So once in a while, we'll have events where we can invite you to also participate with us. If it's cleanup or a run or a walk that supports charity, we'll also invite you. I chair that committee. So you're welcome to participate. Create a list of those who have expressed interest, and then the rest of the class will vote. So the person with the highest vote becomes the class rep. There has to be both male and female. So if expressing interest, we will not accept that nomination. Wait until there's a lady who has expressed interest to also be a class rep. So there's a procedure to be followed. Your class supervisors will take you through that process of electing your class rep. Class rep, generally, they are the link between the classes and the school to some extent, lecturers or to management. So as I said earlier, if you have any issues within your class, pass them through your class reps. If a lecturer is running late, they will communicate through your class reps. So we will take down their contacts and share with the lecturers and vice versa. So if a class is unlikely to take off for one reason or the other, then there will be communication through your class reps so that you don't show up or you can have another class taking place at that time. We endeavor to make sure that every class that is missed is made up, because we do an audit at the end of every term to ensure that you have had your 11 classes for each subject. So if you miss a class, try and find time within the timetable to have a makeup or exchange with another class. Another role of the class reps would be, once they are elected, they form the SGC, the Students Governing Council, and they will elect their various representatives to committees within the school. So we'll have one sitting in the welfare committee. They represent the students in the welfare committee. There'll be one who will represent the students in the disciplinary committee. There'll be someone else who will also represent the students in the sports committee, so that your voices are heard when decisions in those areas that affect you are being made. Class reps also sometimes act as mediators, where there is disputes between two people in the class, as sometimes happens. They can step in and mediate. So class reps are very important, and we recognize and really appreciate the role that they play. They will also be, as ICT has said, organizing the mics before the classes, the computer, the laptops, the setups, the projectors, ensuring the lecturer has a bottle of water and things like that. Now, I mentioned earlier that we have 6 classes. We just normally just refer to them by words of the alphabet. So A, B, C, D, but now we don't have E. We skip E, we go to F and G. So A and B are physical classes in the morning. A sits at the old lecture hall, they'll be labeled, and B sits here. C is virtual. D is going to be the physical class in the afternoon that will be sitting here. F is virtual, and G is the evening class that is also virtual. All that is in the timetable. When we look at the timetable, it says class A, virtual, so, and then halls will be labeled, so you don't have to worry. As I said, just familiarize yourself with the environment so that you know where you're supposed to be at any particular time. I also forgot to mention that for oral examination, it accounts for 20 marks out of the 100. So by the time you're done with the second term, you already have 40 marks in your pocket. We agree you'll get 20. So, but by the time you're approaching Mr. Wafula, who is our next speaker, to deal with the written exam, you have 40 marks in your pocket and you're just fighting for 10. You'll be 10 because the pass mark is 50. So tumekubaliana na tumesikia class reps wamesema you start from day 1, and they will tell you they were told also to start from day 1, but most of them did not. But they are telling you, and then you may not start from day 1, then you will be telling the next group, please start from day 1. So it becomes a cycle. Start from day 1. Get serious from day 1. Don't get derailed, okay? We are adults, nobody is going to police you, no one is going to hold a gun to your head and tell you, read this, ring a bell. No, you must have your own self-discipline. You must be able to plan your time, regulate yourself so that you know that you have enough time for study and enough time for any other activity. Don't get derailed. You'll meet different cultures of people here. You'll meet those with a lot of money to spend. You'll meet those who are addicted to some substances that we don't like, okay? Know the kind of company that you keep, all right? This far the Lord has brought you, please don't let him down, all right? Keep well, choose your company well, use your time well, keep the regulations, look at the student handbook, know where the boundaries are so that you don't appear before me in the disciplinary and I have to expel you, because that happens. Sawa. Yes, at the end of the day, you're still a student, even if you're an adult. So thank you so much for that section that we are done. I see a representative from the Council of Legal Education, Mr. Wafula, who is the Director of Examinations. I want to invite him to come and address you. CLE is like our Siamese twin. We cannot do without them and they cannot do without us. So they have to come and talk to you about what they do. Karibu sana, Mr. Wafula.
Is it still morning? You know, nowadays we don't have watches and you may not keep track of time. How are you? My name is Wafula George from the Council of League Education, representing the acting CEO who sent me, and I'm armed with her letter of invitation, just in case somebody doubts that. Also armed with her speech, what she wanted to induct you about, and therefore I will enjoy all the privileges that will come with this office from you. I want to thank you, the CEO. For us, we call you the CEO, who is also the director of the institution. Thank the teaching staff, because every other time such a forum is organized, the council is always invited to partake of it, so that we be able to talk about how we are going to interact with the student community. And I'm happy to be here today. But the director, I'm not in a suit because we are out in Naivasha. We have activity in Naivasha. We just come from Naivasha to this place to honor the invitation and represent the CEO for this action. So this is not the way I look every day. They educate me in a suit and you don't identify me. You may want to look at me properly. The dates for the examination, let me begin from there, for you has already been determined. The ATP examination dates for you have already been determined, which I will share with you immediately. On the 30th of this month, last month, sorry, I was presenting the Directorate Almanac to the Examination Committee of the Council, and they allowed me to administer the exam from the 14th of November to the 26th of November this year. So they have said begin today. It's from the 14th to 26th of November this year. The one for the April is meant for another group, so it's not good for your ears. I will skip that. The timetable is there already. If need be, I will take you through the timetable. A timetable which the council is amenable for changes. Once you choose your leadership, through her office, we get in touch and we always change which order do you want your subjects to come without changing the dates when the exam will be done. There has been talk about the 4 C's by various groups, and when they come, we change the timetable. You can begin with the trial. You can begin as long as it's on the 14th of November. So begin today. This house should have said it, that the Council of League Education is a state corporation established by the League Education Act 2012. Its mandate is to regulate, supervise, and license league education programs and the league education providers in Kenya. In addition, it administers the Advocates Training Program, which is the ATP, and advises the government on matters germane to league education and training. As currently constituted, CLE has been in existence since 2014, when it formally separated from the Kenya School of Law. The Council also has secondary mandate allocated by Legal Aid Act 2012 to determine the training of legal aid providers in Kenya. Finally, the Advocates Act places the responsibility of determining who is eligible for admission as an advocate in Kenya on the Council of League Education. In order to implement this wide mandate, the Council is required to, under the League Education Act, set standards relating to accreditation of league education providers for licensing, curricular and modular delivery, mode and the quality of examination, harmonizing of legal education programs, and the monitoring and evaluating of legal education providers and programs. In carrying out these functions, the Council makes regulations, collects and analyzes and publishes information relating to legal education and the training, advise and make recommendations to government and any other relevant authority on matters relating to legal education and training that require the consideration of the government. So far, the Council has interacted with you, maybe indirectly. Among the ways the Council has interacted with you, it was the one supervising the legal education in your institutions, the universities. The Council recognized qualifications of law of those who obtained their LLB outside Kenya. If you have attended remedial program, there's the Council which cleared you before you've joined the school, and therefore some of you have already interacted either directly or indirectly with the Council. I talk about the structure of the examination, that the examination has already been mentioned, has 4 main structures. We have the oral, which is administered by the school as our agents. We have the project, which is also administered by the school as our agent. Then the written examination, which is administered by the Council. And we have the pupilage, which is managed by the school. Madam One has already talked about the 40 marks, and indeed it's true. You have 40 marks in your hand from today, 40. Orals, 20, projects, 20. So it will be upon you to start reducing. How many will you reduce by the time we reach 14? It's important to take it seriously because when you are given, I see a lot of 19s, 18s in project work. You are given 19, we tabulate it with 19. Examination is marked out of 60. The mark is taken as is. No moderation of that mark, and therefore you get 19 out of 20, you get 20 out of 20, you have it in your hands. So the passing is done here at the school. 40%, the pass mark for ATP exam is 50%. So 40% is here. Out of the 60% I administer in the examination, you only need 10%. Out of the 60% we administer in the examination, you only need 10%. How easy can it be? So orals and the projects, take them very seriously. Work closely with your lecturers. I'm saying this because of the experiences I've had, the kind of letters I've received, we have received as the Council. You know, I didn't sign, that day I had died. You know, a lot of, we get a lot of information about whichever reason why you did sign, and once you've not signed that document, you do not benefit from the marks. You appeal at the Council. We only forward the letter to the school, and Dr. Mutai writes in 1 sentence. He doesn't write. You've written a lot explaining why you did not sign, why you require the mark, how important the mark is, how you are defined. The student cannot benefit from the mark, and that is it. We have no marks to give you once the school has not given you the mark for oral and project. That is it. Work closely with your colleagues so that you know how to attend your committee meetings. If you are attending in proxy, you have your own ways of attending them. Make sure you sign those documents when time comes. that is not for me to emphasize. My emphasis is you have 40 marks out of 50 with you. You only need 10% of the 60% I will give you. On passing our examination, on passing the examination and the orals and the project, I mentioned the other component called the pupilage, which has already been mentioned here. We shall need your pupilage completion certificate, which will be submitted by the school. You don't move around with your pupilage completion certificate to your place trying to demonstrate how, because I have 2 cases written to us that they had a case with the school, and the school has refused to send their documents, so they have decided to send them to our place. We've just written to them that clear with the school on any outstanding issues, and the school shall be able to forward the same to us. Deal with the school, finish everything, and the mark, pupilage completion, you will not be able to be cassetted if you do not have the pupilage component. So make sure you've done your part. She would have also said that your role as a student is to attend all your classes and assignments, ensure that you participate in project and oral work assessments, register for the examination when the dates are published, and adhere to the timeline. Let me talk about that. I've already told you when you will be sitting the exam. When we shall publicize and publish the dates for those exams, please adhere to them. We sometimes appear very unreasonable once the deadline has lapsed. We look very unreasonable. You have very genuine reasons why you are not able to register within 1 month. And remember, registration is online. At the comfort of your room, you are able to register on our portal. But we give you 1 full month so that you register for that exam. For whatever reason, you may not be able to register in time. We look quite unreasonable, unsympathetic, and illogical, and all those terms you may want to use of us. Because registration online, 1 full month, it's a bit long time. The council has a facility, just like the school, to assist students who are in need. We've taken a lot of money at help. We were expecting a representative to be here because he's on the program to talk about the money we have given them. Hundreds of millions. Here, I heard the officer talking about money running out and distributing. Our money has never run out. We have a lot of money. This money is meant for students who are sitting the exam for the first time. We call them regular students. If you think, and it is not affected by the loan you have with help, no, that is the Council of League Education Bar Examination loan. It's not affected, it's not attached. So I want to encourage you, go for that money. They give you 100%, 45,000. Some people have been asking questions that, you know, once I've paid the school fees at the school, then you have paid for the exam. You haven't. We shall advertise for the registration. You register with the school. Each paper is only 5,000 shillings. It's 5,000 shillings from 2009 to date. Look at the value of the shilling, but it has remained 5,000 shillings. The government heavily subsidizes that, and therefore, if you think you do not have money, apply with the help, get in touch with them. You will get our monies 100%. You will be given the 45,000. There's a lot of it. The intake has been so low. The question has been, maybe the students are not aware. Now you know. Yeah, so take advantage of that facility so that you do not delay to register for the examination. You register in time, because we do not entertain late registration. So upon passing your exam, like I said, once certified that you have passed all your examination and attended pupillage, Council shall publish your name in the Kenya Gazette. You are then at liberty to petition the Honorable Chief Justice for admission to the role of advocates. Once we publish your name in the Kenya Gazette, our relationship with you is running out. We may then hand you apply for admission to the Honorable Chief Justice so that you are admitted as an advocate. We have a role. Avail information you need to navigate your advocate training program, ensure quality standards in the training and assessment of your program, offer credible ATP examination, offer the examination to all, and make reasonable accommodation to persons who have special needs. We do make reasonable accommodation to students who have special needs. Our form, when you look at our application form for the exam, they will ask you whether you need any assistance, you have any special needs, you'll be able to fill that. We get a lot of special needs or special considerations. I'm left-handed. Is that a special need? I'm expectant, maybe that's a special need. So we take care of them. Those who are expectant, we give them tables, and they often do the exam from here, where they are used to the environment. Those ones who are challenged in whichever way or able in other ways, we tend to attend to them. You furnish us with information, give us information from the specialized institutions, and we attend to you accordingly. The student is allowed to register as few subjects as one. Can register only for one, 2 out of the 9 units that are offered, so that you get the we don't give the 10 Ps. For us, we give the 9 Ps. The 10th one is given here. And therefore, that one is handled elsewhere. I shall come to clarify if there will be any other questions or any things to be clarified. But I want to thank you for listening. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wafula. I hope we don't have information overload. Are we following? It's making sense. You're not getting scared. All right, so we were supposed to have a representative from HELB. Looks like you were not able to make it, but I think you've gotten much of the information concerning what they do. They just manage our different funds, the Kenya School of Law Fund and the Legal Education Fund. Just to wind up, before I invite the director, because I don't think I'll get another opportunity to speak, is to just confirm that we are available to serve you, to help you, to work with you whenever you need us. All these people seated up here. We operate an open door policy at the school. My door is always open, whether it is cold or hot, it's always open. So you can walk into my office and knock, and I will attend to you. Same to all of us. Sometimes you may need to book an appointment, but we will attend to you. So don't feel scared to reach out. If you have any questions, if you have any pressing concerns, please reach out to us. We will be able to help you. We want to see you succeed. We are not happy when you don't succeed. We are happy when we are able to let go of you. You know, the class reps tell you they are fading. So you fade off, and we say, yeah, that's part of our alumni. We are very proud of you. We are happy with you. So I wish you a good stay at the school. We have a good learning environment. Make use of our facilities, gazebos, library, the lecture halls. We have some few syndicates here and there. Please make use of them, okay? Don't feel shy and reach out to us. So I now want to invite the director, which is the climax of this event. He will give us his inaugural lecture. I know we've been sitting for long. We can just stand up, stretch, and sit. Stretch in whichever direction. Just don't hit your neighbor. please. All right, thank you very much. Be seated. And now I want to welcome the director of the school, Dr. Henry Mutai, to give his inaugural lecture to the 2024 class.
Thank you very much, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. As we are welcoming you, Wafula has already thrown a spanner into the works by indicating when you're going to be through with us, November 14th. When you start your exam, just sure some of you are already calculating how many days away that is. And that just echoes and reflects what the student leader said. 1 year here is very short. So I will thank you for your patience in being sitting here all through that session. I will try not to take too long, but this is the one opportunity that I get to address all of you in the time that you are here until graduation, for those of you who will attend the graduation. So I would want to take full advantage of this opportunity to just share a few words. So first of all, on behalf of the chairman and members of the Kenya School of Law Board of Directors, and on my own behalf, I would like to welcome all of you to the Kenya School of Law and to congratulate all of you on making it to this, the next leg of your journey to becoming advocates. This year, we are welcoming approximately 1,707 students to the ATP, although that number may change in the next few days as we clear up a few appeals. And of those 1,707, we've got 932 females and 775 males. So the girl child has overtaken the boy child. And that's actually a trend we have observed in the last 3 or 4 years. We are now admitting more women than men to the Kenya School of Law. Last year, when we were admitting the paralegal students in town, it was actually a ratio of 2 to 1, female to male. So I think ATP is still a bit more balanced. And that reflects, as I said, a trend that we have observed over the last few years. And in due course, this will no doubt bring about a change to the legal profession as we know it. Of those 1,707, we have admitted you from 30 different universities, with the largest contingent being from the University of Nairobi, whereas 13 universities sent just one student each, and those are primarily the foreign universities that are in Uganda, India, the UK, I think UNISA, we have one. And at this point, I should also mention that for the first time this year, we are welcoming the inaugural University of Embu LLB class, comprising 37 students. Anyone from University of Embu, can you just stand up? We see you if you're here. Any University of Embu graduates, or are they online? But let us congratulate them. They are on their way to becoming advocates. So as you have heard, we have got a very rich diversity among our intake, and it is our belief that this diversity in background, ages, nationality, and gender, because we also have non-Kenyans amongst you from Uganda and South Sudan, will enrich your learning experience here at the school. Some of you will have started your LLB straight after high school. Others will have joined later on, maybe towards the end of your careers or in the middle of your working career. Maybe you're preparing for retirement and you want something to do later on. So we have a very wide range, and you shall all be studying and learning together in the firms, as you have heard. So as you join the school, you will no doubt have heard a lot about the school And some of you will be approaching your experience here with trepidation, others with excitement, maybe tinged with some relief, knowing that you can see the light at the end of the tunnel and that the light is not a train. You will be aware of our mandate, which is broadly to be a public legal education provider as an agent of the government, and specifically to train persons to be advocates under the Advocates Act, which is why you are here. So you are joining the school at a time where, even though we have largely recovered from the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the country at large is still suffering from the economic after effects. This has caused a massive strain to government resources, and this has filtered down to us. The cost of living has increased tremendously, yet the finances available have not increased to match. Wafula here mentioned that the fees were set back in 2009. We're now in 2024, 15 years later. You can imagine what you'd have bought with a shilling back then compared to what you can do with that shilling now. And yet, we have not been able to increase our fees. We just have to make do with what we receive from you. So this means that as a school, we have had to trim back significantly in a number of areas in order to focus on delivering our core mandate, making sure that our staff are paid on time, that we provide the necessary facilities here for you, both those who are here physically and those who will be learning virtually. We ask for your help in assisting us to maintain these facilities and to avoid any unnecessary waste. For you as future advocates, there are also a number of significant happenings in the legal sector as you join the school. As we continue to implement the 2010 Constitution, you will no doubt have observed some of the tensions that have arisen in attaining a balance between our three arms of government. Some of the issues arising are basic and quite fundamental to the profession. Issues such as what happens if court orders are disregarded, what is the right procedure for removing judges or magistrates where there are allegations of improper conduct, what should be done when allegations or other statements are made which can lower the standing of the courts in the eyes of the public with no evidence being put forward. How should the use of social media be regulated? And do lawyers enjoy the same freedom of expression as non-lawyers, or should they know better? Other issues are more abstract in nature, such as what will the role of artificial intelligence be in the next 2, 3, or 5 years? Is the civil or criminal litigation that you're going to learn here going to be relevant by the time that you're being admitted to the bar in 2 years? Is there a chance that artificial intelligence will be drafting plaints for you and other legal documents? The issue of access to justice for every man, woman, or child in the country is also going to be important. You have seen the recent outcry over the femicide that has been taking place over the last few years. So what do we in the legal profession have to do to help eliminate this practice? And how do we assist those who are victims? As I draw towards the end of my remarks, let me comment on what you should expect while here at the school. You've already heard quite a lot from those seated up here, but let me add a few points. Firstly, you can expect professionalism and dedication from all our staff. We will do our utmost to ensure that you receive what you came here for. Secondly, and in return, we expect you to work hard and behave in a respectful manner towards everyone, your colleagues, the staff here, the security at the gate. We expect you as advocates in training to already start to practice some of those ethical rules that you are familiar with. This is in preparation for the place you will take in the legal profession. We may have our differences on various issues, and we will encourage vigorous discussion and debate in class without descending to any personal insults or similar actions. In your firms, you've heard a lot about your firms. Please work closely together, no matter who you're grouped with, and follow the instructions that you'll be provided with. We have very many instances when the project work marks are released. Some firms do not get allocated marks, or some individuals do not get marks. And I know for a fact that the instructors work with what is presented to them. So if you are appointed as a secretary, please take accurate minutes. And members of the firm, before those project work is submitted, make sure you read. You cannot come later on and say that my name was excluded, but I attended such and such a meeting, therefore I met the 2/3 requirements. If your minutes show that you are absent, we will take it that you are absent. You are the ones who are there. And we cannot rewrite the minutes after they've been submitted. So 1 year is not long at all. So my advice is start working towards your exams from next week. That has been emphasized several times. Enjoy the experience while you're here. Make friends and contacts. Networking is very important in the legal profession. Amongst you here, we have future judges, state counsel, prosecutors, private practitioners, politicians even. The whole spectrum of the legal fraternity. These are the people that you will interact with for very many years to come. So it is to your benefit to at least be on greeting terms with as many people as you can. I'm happy that the councillor here asked each of you to turn to your neighbor and get to know at least their first name. When you start attending your lectures, do the same. Get to know as many people as possible, because in future, if you need a favor somewhere, these are the people that you'll be able to easily connect with and have that rapport. So soft skills can open for you doors that brute force will not be able to. So work on your soft skills, work on emotional intelligence that has already been mentioned by Cecilia over there. If you take that leadership position, it is tough. Being a leader is tough, but it teaches you a lot as well about dealing with people. Lastly, when rough times come, please do not hesitate to share your troubles with someone. This has also been emphasized by the councillor. Mental health is just as important as your physical health, so do not suffer alone. Likewise, if you notice that a colleague seems to be having a hard time, be your brothers or sisters keeper, talk to them or bring the issue to the attention of someone who may be in a position to help. The issue of the dress code has been mentioned. We adhere to the Law Society of Kenya's dress code. It is available on our website under downloads if you go there. And it means formal attire for gentlemen. Ties are a must. And we'll be asking our lecturers to enforce this in lectures. If you come in without a tie, you will be asked to put it on or to leave and get one. And in this regard, we have had some generous donations from well-wishers of formal attire that they no longer wear. It is kept at the hostels at KC. If any one of you is in need, both ladies and gentlemen's suits and other formal attire there. If you go there, you can be assisted, because we know with the economy being where it is, buying a new suit or buying a suit may not be top on your list of priorities, which is why we ask well-wishers who have formal attire they no longer wear to share with us for your assistance. This is provided free of charge. We do not sell it. Just walk in there. If you find something that is your size, you are free to take it. So the issue of classes was also mentioned, and much as we are sure that we provide you with the best lecturers, we also know that sometimes there may be issues. So we carry out lecturer evaluation at the end of each term. We get your views, suggestions as to how the lectures are being conducted. If there are any areas of improvement that can be shared with the lecturers, then that is the point at which you shall be requested to share them. So do not skip that lecture evaluation when it is being carried out. And of course, on a more immediate basis, through your class reps, your class coordinators, if there's a particular issue with a lecturer that needs to be addressed urgently, then do not hesitate to address that as well, because we shall take it up with the lecturer concerned. But always remember that this is a very reciprocal relationship, so we expect you to abide by the 2/3 attendance requirement. If you do not, then it can be hard on you. It has been mentioned that much as we want you to finish and leave within the 18 months, if you want to stay here with us longer, we have no problem with that as well. But our wish is for you to succeed in your studies here and to go forth and do what you can to promote the rule of law in our country, access to justice, because I would like to believe that most of you want to become advocates because you have some strong affinity or sense of justice that you would wish to see carried out in this country. Do not be tempted by shortcuts at all, whether internally here or outside, because shortcuts can often lead to tears in the end. So it has been a long morning. I shall close my remarks at this point. We shall have, I believe, a short Q&A session for any issues that you may have that are pressing. As you've been told, I operate an open door policy at my office in Gate C. Many of you will come and pass through here without ever stepping on that side, which I believe is as it should be, because it shows that things are running smoothly. But for those instances where you need something to be addressed, then please do not hesitate to contact me either directly or through escalation from your class reps. Thank you all very much, and very best wishes with your studies here at the school.
All right. Thank you very much, Director, for those wise words of wisdom. So I think we've reached a point where we can hear from you. If you have any questions, comments, keep them very brief. Time is far gone. We welcome them. That's from this side. Any person with a question, comment from my extreme left? There's someone at the top there. Give us your name as well.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Modua, and I have a question. So when are we supposed to bring the degree certificate? By when are we supposed to bring the degree certificate?
You signed a commitment form by 31st of March.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else with a question on this side? There's someone here at the front. Yes, sir.
My name is
You can stand up, then your voice will be projected, and then you can tell us your name. Yes. Yes.
I would like to inquire about a little bit. I remember it was explained what's the relation. So I was trying to see if you can actually, because I have a case of moving because I remember she was saying actually not bringing in and the case of which is coming through me. It's a little bit case. Let's say assistance can actually help the market.
All right, so it's a personal legal case. You think you require legal aid, I think you can visit Ms. Anastasia's office and have a discussion on the same. Any question at the middle center? There is one at the middle there.
Oh, thank you. I'm Kenny. Concern on the application and the portal, it shows that it's still at 96%. Yes, we registered several fees and just concerned.
You have already registered? Yes, then you have no problem. You're okay. You're fine. The system has its own way of doing things, but since you have registered, you're fine. Yeah. I think all those who have registered, anytime I go to the website, anyone who, the portal, anyone who has registered is actually at 96%. So you're good, my friend, you don't have to worry. Anyone else with a question at the center? Yes, at the back. The ladies, you're also encouraged to ask questions, by the way. Don't be shy.
My name is Wesley Jacob.
Yes.
My question I think goes to Ms. Isaac on continuous professional development. We talked of short courses and calendar courses. The short courses is between 2 and 5 days, and the calendar, the long courses will take around 9 weeks. So let's say you have an interest, like in most of these courses, like certified secretaries, the preparation of policies, the legislative drafting, and all that. How do you have a way, let's say you have a lot of work for like the projects, the classwork, can you you have a program so that you can blend it to cover these other, let me say, these other courses that can be a top up to our career? Thank you.
All right, I think Isaac has noted that. He'll have an answer. Any other question at the middle before I move to the, is a question here? You can stand up. You're shy. All right.
Do I have to wear a suit when you are on exam?
I'm smiling because oral exams are like 7 months away. We will address that when we get there. Remind me, okay? Yeah. But for now, you can do your hijab, but keep the colors muted, okay? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce. And my question is, what can we have for the sporting activities now that we have the classes in the morning or in the afternoon and the family talk?
You'll notice the farm work runs between 2 and 4, or sometimes 2 and 6, but you can create an hour. Take a break from the farm work. Yes. Normally from 4 o'clock, you'll see people in the field playing. For those in the morning, you can create from 11 o'clock. Those in the afternoon, sorry, can come in the morning, or even during lunch hour, you can have your sporting activities. If you're not in the evening class, Saturday. Yeah. It's just about creating time out of your day. An hour or 2 will do. All right, any other question? There's still one at the back before we move to the other side.
So my name is Gladys Mongoli. I was asking regarding the classes for next week. Do we just come in? It wasn't clear about this attendance. For example, I wanted to attend the 2 o'clock class. places coming on Monday and then
The class list will be out by the weekend, isn't it?
Yes, registration closes tomorrow, so over the weekend we draft the list, so it will be accessible.
Registration closes tomorrow. The class list will be out by Monday morning. So you'll know whether you are coming for the morning class or the afternoon class or the virtual class.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, this far end, do we have any questions from this far end? Yes, at the top there. But remember, as Mr. Ndirangu said, we have 2 weeks when you can still do some movements in terms of changing classes. So we may not have stabilized by Monday, completely stabilized, but the classes will be on. Yes?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Nakuni, admitted from Gateway.
Just across the road.
Yes.
Tell me.
I have 2 contacts to the finance department and one for you, Madam Konute.
Yes.
Now the finance department, one in our undergraduate, the help. Once the money was allocated, you could appeal, and then they could look at the tax circumstances and then they could revise that amount a bit. Is that program applicable in KSF? And secondly, in the event that you pay another grant, in terms of school fees, do they give you the cash back or they can, pay for CLE? And then you, Madam Committee, you highlighted very eloquently the roles of a class.
Yes.
But you forgot to mention whether the pockets of the director are generous enough for whether the pockets are generous enough for the classes airmen. Thank you.
All right, for class reps, it's voluntary. There's no pay. The only thing you get is a token to help you, airtime, to help you communicate between your class, your colleagues, and the lecturer. It's not much. It's voluntary. Sasa. But if you become the SDC president, you become the president forever. Every time I meet former presidents, I just refer to them as president. So it's a good title. All right. So I think Madam Ruth has taken that note. I'm also trying to see the comments online to see if there's any question. I think there's one about how do you register for sports if you are online. Hey. Goodness. There's one about could the school reduce school fees for virtual students? Unfortunately, no. Do I have to physically come for students' ID at the school? If I'm a virtual student, the answer is yes. You have to collect it, but because you may not need it if you're online, you may not need it because you will not be at this, accessing the school. You can come for it when you have time. But if you're out there, for instance, if you're working somewhere and they ask you questions, who you are, where you are a student, you may need it just to identify yourself. So whenever you have time, you can come and collect it. Talk about his courses, and then Madam Ruth, then we close. I need someone to give a vote of thanks. Oh, there's still one question. Okay, fine.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Akam. My question goes to the you said there's a lot of money deposited at the loan spot. At what stage do I apply for the loan?
after you open your portal for registration of my units, or at what stage may I apply?
I think he will respond to that. Any other question? No other questions. There's one here. As the mic is brought, there is also a question. Can someone still register past the deadline if you had challenges raising school fees? To register past the deadline, please make a written formal request to the director to be allowed. He will consider based on his own discretion. As a virtual student, can I also access facilities within the school premises? Of course, anytime. You're welcome. You're a student of this school. All right. Yes?
Thank you. My question is very simple. I don't know whether the IDs are going to have our photos. And if they're going to have our photos, what photos are you going to use? Is it the one we uploaded?
Yes, the one you uploaded.
Someone has uploaded very funny photos.
Yeah, we saw them when we were processing those applications. Okay. Some photos, some of you don't know what a passport size photo is. Yes. If you are uncomfortable with your photo, they can come for photos.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Now, if possible you are not comfortable with what you forward, you can pay us a visit. The reason we sorry, if you are not comfortable with what you are forwarding, you can pay us a visit. You can update the system. The reason we decided to use that is to avoid so much movement. The last edition we requested 80% to count fee, and the queue was recommended. But if you like to change, please come to our system.
Okay. Someone is asking how long the appeal process takes for those who are still pending. We'll finalize by tomorrow morning. We'll see that we are finalized by tomorrow morning. If you are placed in the afternoon class and I prefer morning, can I petition? Yes, you can request, but there is no guarantee that that you will get your preference. Can the time limit for paying school fees be extended, since I just got my letter on 30th and I need some time to get the fees, say 2 weeks? I think I'll throw that to the director. And when are we picking your IDs? There will be a notice. Mr. Ndirango had said 2 weeks. So there'll be a notice on the website when the identity cards are ready. For those attending class virtually, please refer to the guidelines on the website. I said the guidelines will tell you whether your videos should be on and at what point. If there is no other question, let me invite Isaac, then Ruth, then Wafula.
Sorry, I have a question.
Where are you? Oh, yes.
Sorry, good afternoon. My name is Grace. My question is regarding the mode of study. If you choose physical but evening, when do you do your homework? Okay, I'm just curious, when do you get a chance to do homework? Yeah.
Physical but evening. There is no physical evening. There is physical afternoon. There is evening stroke weekend. Farm work is done between 4 and 5 every day.
4 and 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5. Because it's virtual, you can meet virtually and do your farm work.
And all exams you have to be physically present.
Yes.
From oral to
yes. Yes, yes. There's no evening physical class.
Okay, thank you. The question was about CPD. CS course. CS course is offered virtually from 5:30 p.m. From Monday to Friday. We have evening class also, not Saturday class in the morning. So you can still manage to attend your classes and still enroll in the Certified Secretaries course. It is a purely virtual. The other courses, I said, students, if you feel that you need to have some short course in an area of your interest, say legislative drafting, maybe trial advocacy, we can organize for you students at special rates, which we can agree. So if you feel that you need any specialized short course, which is in addition to your ATP, you can always see us. You write an email to, apart from visiting us at CPD, it's actually in this admin office is right in this building, next to the entrance here. You can send an email to cpd@ksl.ac.ke, cpd@ksl.ac.ke for any clarification, any issue about training. As I said, you check on our website, we have a lot of information on CPD. Thank you.
I'm back. Let me address the question about health. When I look at their mandate here, is that the mandate is to disburse loans, bursaries, scholarships to students pursuing higher education in recognized institutions. I just wanted to start from there. So what happens is that in your undergraduate, help is mandated. That is what they do day to day, to give you money so that you can pursue your education in undergraduate. So after you complete the undergrad, you come to Kenya School of Law. So Kenya School of Law, HELP does not fund students who are undertaking a course in Kenya School of Law. So what the school has done, it has put in funds internally. So we put in, we said we have 10 million. The council said they have much more. Don't know that they can lend us a little. So we put in some amount into the fund. And since we are just putting this within our budget with how much we can afford, that is why we've put in 10 million. So that 10 million, for all those who will apply under that fund, we will share out. And as I said earlier, is that this year we got so many applications. In other years, we've been able to give at least much more, but this year we were really constrained. So we were only able to give you 30,000, others 35, and just a few of you were able to get 55. Going forward is that as the fund continues to grow, we will be able to offer much more. So also when you benefit from the loan, when you are at a point when you can repay, we ask you to kindly repay so that that amount that we gave to you, it can also help another student. Thank you.
Your colleague asked about the HELP loan, when to apply for the same. Nobody can be punished for being early. I want to encourage that immediately you are through with the registration, start conducting HELP so that they can be able to guide you accordingly. So finish registration, get all the documents you require here because there are quite a number of documents to be filled. So once you are done, HELP should be able to give you the money. That money is not given to you for keeping. I must quickly warn, once you have been allocated the money, it's sent to CLE for examination. Somebody I know was planning that nitachukua huko sa HELP, sijui nichukue sa which body. I'm speaking from practice again, that with people who get money from the various organizations and they have received the help, assistance, they receive others and are all channeled to CLE. Once we've received money from any institution, the remaining is taken back to that institution. It's not given back to you for use. So immediately you are through with the registration, get in touch with her. They should be able to give you the money. It's a revolving fund, like Madam has rightly said, but the one at CLE has not been properly utilized. Please rush for it. It's given full 45,000 of it, and utilize it for your examination. I thank you.
All right, thank you. For most of the other questions I saw online, it's questions that had been answered earlier. How did you get a link? I think that one was covered. So please find out from those who are in the room earlier or in the orientation earlier, because those questions were answered. You get your link through your email address that will be allocated to you. So we've come to the conclusion of this program. Brian Nyakundi has requested that he does the vote of thanks. This one is a chap one. So Brian, come and do a vote of thanks. Then we will have Isaac doing the closing prayer. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Director. A clap for her, please. As has been stated earlier, I'm Brian Nyakundi, and honestly, I wasn't ready to do this, but I am chap, as has been said. I want to say a very big thank you. We are very grateful to the Kenya School of Law Administration under the tutelage and leadership of our director for the great words of wisdom that you've been able to give us today. I think when I speak this, I speak on behalf of my colleagues. We felt a fatherly vibe when you were speaking, and initially we had that fear for KSL, but at least now we are settled down, and I can say we feel at home. And in the very same spirit, I thank our president, the Student Governing Council, and the members of staff of KSL. And finally, Mr. President, this is a very good class. The reason why we are not clapping very well is because a snack. But over and above that, I want to wish you all the best, even as you start your journey for ATP, and let us remain united. Unity is something that is very absent in the legal profession, and it is something that we can start inculcating from now. Thank you very much.
So shall we stand to pray to close this meeting? Let us bow down for prayer. Our Father in heaven, it's another good afternoon, Lord, that we want to thank you for your guidance since the beginning of this meeting. Lord, we thank you for each one of us here. We thank you for our new students. We pray, Lord, that as they settle to start this program, Lord, you'll guide them, give them wisdom, and lead them to success, that at the end of the period that they'll be here, Lord, they'll glorify your name. Lord, we pray that all will pass when examinations are administered later in the year, and they'll progress to the next level to join the bar and serve the community. Lord, we thank you and pray that you may help them to be ethical, to be people of integrity, Lord, that when they go out to serve, everybody may know that these are people who have been to the school of law, and all will be well as they serve the profession and the society. We pray for the management, we pray for the staff, and lecturers who will be interacting with the students, Lord, we pray that you increase their knowledge, give them wisdom, Lord, as they administer their various classes, that all may be done for the success of this institution. We commit the school unto thy hand, Lord, that you may continue to guide us, guide the directors, the board of directors and our director, that, Lord, we may move to another level in terms of success. As we part from this meeting, we pray that you will grant us journey mercies for those who are traveling to various parts. Lord, we pray that you will be with us until we meet another time, for this is our humble prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.